In here, please.
Non sono microfono. Mesa.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you that who don't know me, I'm Virginia Natal, a PhD student of the University of Coimbra, and a member of the Portuguese Geoscience Center. And I collaborate in the Instituto Terra e Memoria of Março, which is an institute of the Geoscience Center. First of all, I would like to thank the Apheleia Association for the opportunity to participate in this event that every year give us the opportunity of lives an event that is an experience at a professional level and point up the need and importance of the interdisciplinary approaches in every field of research. My presentation title is Paleoenvironmental Reconstruction Methodology and Introduction. It means to be an introduction. It means for geologists and archaeology to study the paleoenvironment and how this is always useful for us to understand how mankind must automatically adapt to these changes and transform aspects of his life in order to do so. Humanity's life had to take many steps, many transformations to survive the changes in context or condition it has encountered during its existence. The reconstruction is the process of using evidence from various sources, such as sediment core, fossils, and other geological and archaeological materials, to reconstruct the past environmental and ecosystem condition. This includes understanding the climate, the vegetation, and other environmental factors that exist in a particular region or area at a specific time in the past. By reconstructing past environment, scientists can gain insight into how humans and other organisms adapted to changes in the environment over time. There are several methods that can be used to reconstruct a paleoenvironment, and one approach is the study of sedimentary deposits, such as rock, soils, or ice core that preserve a record of the past environment condition. Scientists can examine the chemical and physical properties of these sediments to gain insight into past climate condition and the types of plants and animals that exist in the area. Especially sediments from lakes, rivers, ocean, and other geological formations are used to reconstruct past environmental conditions. These include the analysis of the grain sites, the mineralogy, and geochemistry of sediments layer to understand past changes in climate, vegetation, and land use practices. Another methodology is the isotopics analysis. The isotopics composition of certain elements, such as carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, for example, can provide information about past climate and environmental condition. This includes the use of stable isotopes to reconstruct past temperature, precipitation patterns, and the sources of nutrients, plants, and animals. Here we have an example where researchers by studying isotopes value on bivalves collected in different stratigraphic layers belonging to different phases of occupation of the study sites, were able to find a correlation between different phases of occupation and variation in isotopes value, where there are variation in the isotopes value that are a substantial change. This is reflected in the type of occupation of the sites. There is a change from permanent occupation to temporary occupation to the more opportunistic occupation. This shows that there has been a specific human choice for adaptation to correspond with isotope change events, which is a signal of environmental modification. After, for example, Charlene will explain another kind of approach of isotopic analysis for the reconstruction of a past environment. I will not have time to explain all the pictures related to the studies done, but for all the methodology explained, but I'm available if anyone wants to ask about the figures that I have in the presentation. Another method is to study fossils of plants and animals found in sedimentary deposits. This fossil provides information about the types of organisms that lived in an area, as well as the environmental conditions that were present during their time of existence. Fossils and plants of plants and animals can provide insight into past environmental conditions, and this includes the identification of species that were present in a particular region in the past and their ecological interaction with other organisms. Other sources of information for paleoenvironmental reconstruction include the study of the tree rings that can provide information about past climate conditions and the growth pattern of the trees. This methodology is dendrochronology that involves the analysis of tree rings to reconstruct the past environmental condition, and this includes the use of tree rings with the density to understand past temperature, human intervention sometimes, and precipitation patterns. The pollen record can reveal the types of plants that exist in an area in the past, and could reveal also the diets and the human choices to use this kind of pollens. And also there is the radiocarbon dating that involves the analysis of the carbon isotopes to determine the age of the organic material. This technique is used to establish the chronology of sediments layer and other geological formation, and to date the remains of plants and animals. The historical records, such as diaries, journals, and maps, can provide information about past land use, practices, and human activity that may have influenced and affected the environment. Here, for example, the researchers apply a pioneering new approach, big data paleoecology, which, starting from palynological data, evaluates the scale of the Black Death mortality, and on a regional scale across Europe. And they found some correlation, and what they want to do is continue this study, because they say that we know how it spread, the Black Death, but we don't know really when and where it started, and they found some correlation. To speaking about that kind of approach, the kind of methodology, some of the next presentation will be about the historical records for the reconstruction of past environment, such as, for example, Sandra presentation, Sima presentation, and also Shanti presentation. I don't know. This methodology and technique, to conclude, are used in combination to reconstruct past environmental conditions, providing insight into the complex interaction between climate, vegetation, and other environmental factors over time. Humans have adapted to environmental changes throughout history, and this adaptation can be studied through paleoenvironmental reconstruction. For example, by analyzing the type of plants and animals that were present in a particular area during a certain time period, scientists can infer the diets and of early human population, and how they change over time. Similarly, the study of past climate partners can provide insight into how humans adapt to changes in temperature and precipitation. For instance, for example, during the last ice age, humans developed new technology and behavior, such as the creation of warm clothes and the use of fire to survive in the harsh conditions. And overall, the study of paleoenvironmental reconstruction can help us to understand how humans have adapted to changing environments in the past and can provide valuable information to understand what we are really living, looking to the past with a geological point of view and not looking everything with a limited point of view. This is the reference, some of the references that I used, and thank you.
Everyone, my name is Seema Rahman. I am KPS student. I'm presenting Neolithic site from Karnataka, southern parts of southern India. The title is the transition from Neolithic to early historic period in Karnataka, South India. So I'm presenting this Neolithic settlement around Sanginakalu, Bellary, Karnataka. So this Sanginakalu archaeological complex, which includes several settlements from Neolithic to early historic period, dates back to 2000 BC. This region is spread over 1,000 acre, and a few granite hills constitute a complex, like a few sites. Together they formed a horseshoe-shaped plateau that give hilltop occupation a clear view of one another villages. In South Indian Neolithic culture developed from the 3rd millennium BCE to the mid-second millennium BCE, when sedentary societies became established and long-lasting cultural traditions based on which village life adopted cultivation and pastoralism. These Neolithic people adopted unique regional cultural developments, which include the ash mound, impressive mounds of accumulated and intentionally burnt cattle dung associated with the rock art, grinding stones, rock gong, and these sites constitute a well-integrated cultural landscape. And groundstone axes have been well known for representing the Neolithic culture in this region. But recent research have revealed that the southern Neolithic culture is distinct in having millet cultivation and animal husbandry, and in shifting from mobile agriculture to sedentary life through its history. And handmade pottery associated with this culture. The transition from Neolithic to early age supports the model of regional continuity, which might be linked to Dravidian linguistic continuity. This is the map. It's showing time period of from Neolithic to early historic period. So we can see the Neolithic time to up to 3000 BC to 1200 BC. Then Iron is a continuous Iron Age. There is no Bronze Age culture in South India, and the early historic period. In the first phase is ash mound only, some burial practices, urn burial. Then they grow only millet and cattle pastoralism and wild game hunting. And then it's megalithic, then Ashokat edicts, it's like inscriptions. And stupas, viharas, and rice cultivation has been adopted. And that's the map. It's showing the Sanginakalu region, the area of the study area. There the researchers recently excavated Hireguda and Sannamarachana Guda. It's now Sanginakalu and Hireguda is Kapkalu. And we can see the ash mound sites, some of destroyed, some of totally destroyed, and the Neolithic occupation, a concentration of polished grooves. And here, on this heritage site, and the first, yeah, okay, okay. Researchers under the project. The project they have studied. Studied. Under this project, they did research. The main aims were tracing the origin of the agricultural way of life in the southern Neolithic province, obtaining the suite of AMS radiocarbon dates, systematically study the material and organic remains from the successive strata, examining the non-material aspect of cultural development. Actually, this site has been subjected to periodic investigation ever since it was first discovered in the later part of the 19th century. Recently, multidisciplinary investigation, including the modern methods of the excavation and documentation, have helped understand the origins of and development of the agricultural, economic, and ritual practices during the period from 2000 BC to 100 BC, as well as trace of the continuity from Neolithic to the Iron Age. For a long time, it was believed that, that agricultural origin in southern India were much later than the other parts of the Indian subcontinent, owing to the trade cultural expansion, and that the regional environment was not favorable for the agricultural production without the introduction of cereals, large millets from the outside of the region. Realizing the fact that such generalization were based on the inadequate bioarchaeological research, and that the Neolithic culture of southern India was characterized as the dominantly pastoral and seasonal transhuman society, it was necessary to examine the potential of the sites to answer these basic questions. Hence, the recent investigation on Sanginakalu under the project of Bellary District Archaeological Project, directed by Professor Ravi Korishettar and other researchers. They analyzed and they did archaeobotanical and faunal remains and rock art, and especially rock gong. The main feature of this area is the ash mound. The southern Indian Neolithic, the Karnataka, associated with the so-called ash mound, large burnt mounds of cattle dung, characteristics of this Neolithic period of southern Deccan, South Deccan. These mounds reflect the cyclical and periodic burning the cattle dung, including the both small-scale, lower temperature, and the large-scale, higher temperature burning. It's a small scale, lower temperature burning. It's just making a layer, and the higher temperature making the vitrified. It's like a forming stone. The ash mounds have been linked to the social and the ceremonial gatherings of people during the Neolithic, as well as the investigation of the particular places with the cultural importance. Ash mound tended to either be abandoned or eventually became associated with the subsequent hilltop village occupations. Craft production and subsequent intensification given the apparent ritual importance of the cattle in the Neolithic. Both in ash mound production and Neolithic rock art in the region, it is unsurprising that the cattle pastoralism formed the predominant subsistence focus at many sites. The time span of the distinctive Neolithic phase being 1950 to 1350 BC, the intensification of the craft production and the megalithic building coincides with the abdominant of hilltop settlements. And this is the ash mound. It's a destroyed one, and we can see the ceramic or pottery shards, bones, and we'll get the other artifacts as well. And here another the site they excavated is a Hireguda site. Here is one of the main questions that arise in view of the scale of quarrying and axe production at Hireguda concerns the material properties of the dolerite dike targeted by prehistoric people. This type of basic dike is a common and geological feature of southern India, but at the particular locality, evidence of large-scale prehistoric exploitation is observable. It appears to have been a particular focus of axe production, while petrographic characterization is necessary in order to define the distribution network of the Sangenakalu artifacts. It is possible that they were exchanged or traded over a large part of southern and central India. Okay, we can see they excavated the circle one, that's a habitation, and as well as the stone axe, polished stone axe factory kind of, and we can see the grooves where they used to polish the stones and sharpen the edges. This is how they were collected and making the tools using the grindings, polishing the stones. Okay, and they have did archaeobotanical and faunal studies shows that they were domesticated caprice, millet, and pulses cultivation, some hunting and gathering, and later the introduced of non-local crops domesticates, including the wheat, barley, as well as the crops of African origin, and later cotton and flax. Evidence from burials that apparent importance of communal feasting and gathering and the lack of material or spatial differentiation have been used to suggest that Neolithic communities exhibit little evidence for rank or social stratification. The domestic consumption that eating cattle during the ceremonies or large-scale gatherings as opposed to the earlier notion of a cattle being the most important constitute of the Neolithic diet. The taxonomical study of the bones, including the cut marks, burning marks, and cooking marked, corroborate the above proportion. They used fast wheel. Sorry. They used different types of rocks for the different purposes by the Neolithic folks, of which bead making is also one. They used quartzite, agate, red jasper, and other rocks to make beads, and the iron and some quantity of the gold they were using. It's in an Iron Age. Sorry. And this is the excavation site. We can see the tool manufacturing and the habitation site. And the rock cut, it's a Neolithic village occupation considered after a cessation of ash mound creation and increasing level of lithic production, and seen at late Neolithic sites. Following this period, classical megalithic occupation of the area is seen as habitation moves for the hilltops to the plains, and creation of the megalithic burials monument intensifies. Stone-based technologies become less evident during this period, particularly following the introduction of iron working technologies in the area by 800 BC. The rock cut are patterning at Sanginakalu shows that different parts of the landscape emerged as foci in different periods. Rock art is also variously distributed by motif and methods of production. Naturalistic cattle tend to be found on the Hiregudda Dolerite rock art. Okay, here we can see the bulls are interlinked. The bulls are like mean to the Neolithic people, and here he is playing the rock gong, and they are still practicing. They go to their prayers there, and after that, emerging the Mauryan empires, we can see here the concentration of Neolithic settlements, and destruction. It was destroying this area by the quarrying, and they under this project they stopped it and they established a museum, and they kept all the artifacts and whatever gathered from the excavation they displayed here, and they're collaborating with the Japanese archaeologists, and they make it a public archaeology. And the Ashokan edict inscription. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlene. I'm a first-year student in the Quaternary and Prehistory Masters. And for this Apheleia 2023 Congress, I wanted to join me in a time travel, a consequent one. more especially in a journey through the crucial period of the Mesolithic Neolithic transition in the Danube Gorge, in the region of Central Balkan. Why here? Because it is known for her. I'm sorry, I'm going to stand there because I'm going to need to. It is known for his unparalleled archaeological records of burials, architectural remains, settlements, and moreover traces of evidence of first contact between the last fisher hunter-gatherers communities and the first farmers. Okay, these are the fourth question that we're going to try to answer during the next 10 minutes we have. I was committed to focus on women and child because it's true that they have been out of focus of archaeology and prehistorian. So since the 17th we have more projects, more studies, and also, for example, the gender archaeology disciplines that is rising. And I used the project named Birth. I use a lot of their publication, and we're going to see what they have studied. And I also, before starting, I wanted to thank Camille de Bec-de-Lièvre. He is a researcher from France, and he helps me a lot. His thesis helped me also, and he answered to my emails. He gave me advice. So thank you, Camille. Okay, so where are we? I'm going to talk about two different areas. The inner gorge and the downstream area. Inner gorge are in pink, downstream area are in yellow, and I'm just going to put more beautiful image. Just to see, you can already think that the communities who were living in these two areas were dealing with different landscape. These are some archaeological sites, but you have to know that there is a lot more. Okay, also I know that some of you are not very used to this prehistoric timeline. So for chronology context, I'm going to talk about Mesolithic period. So that means we have fisher, hunter, gatherers, people who stay in a temporary way. We have an illustration here. This is a daily life in Lepenski Vir. This is an archaeological site in Danube Gorge. And first, you can already see that the marine resources influence a lot their daily life. And then we are going to cross this period where we're going towards a more sedentary life. And by this I mean a lot of more impact, social behavior, agriculture, farmers, and many other aspects and impact on socio and biological type. And then we have the Neolithic period, so this is the ceramic users and the agriculture and other things. Virginia made us a great masterclass in isotopes, what information we can have through isotopes. This is another approach, paleo-dietary reconstruction. What you have to just remember is that we are using azote 15, carbon 13, and sulfur 34. They are isotopes, stable isotopes. They are fixed on they are fixed on bone and teeth tissues, and in our case we are using them to study maternal behavior practices. We can have a lot of information when we are sampling bone and tooth from women and child burials. I put this the most information we can have. And finally, just one beautiful graphic and figures that we can have. They are trying to distinguish the weaning period, the lactation period, also the dietary of child and mothers, but between different period of time: Mesolithic, a period of transformation toward a sedentary life, and early Neolithic. And in fact, all of this information of children who were weaned at an early age, the input of solid food, animal milk for the first time, domestic plants, cereals, at an early age. We have Rachel Howcroft, who came with an assumption that this transition toward a sedentary life came up with an infant feeding revolution. And by this last graphic, I promise, after there is pictures, in this graphic, I just wanted to show you that the communities who were, we're going to be more precise, children who were buried in a downstream area, in an environment suitable for agriculture, suitable for first farmers communities, we have seen that they have been fed at an early age with domestic plants. The lactation period of this woman, this mother, were shorter. So that means that it can have an impact on reducing the interval between birth. And in fact, during the Neolithization, we see an increase of woman fertility. We know that this period is a huge shift in population density. So this is an hypothesis. We need more data. But in fact, mother practices, child feeding practices may have an impact on this crucial Neolithic demographic transition. Okay, so what can be a daily life for Lepenski, Vlasak and Padina Inner Gorge people? So we have seen the landscape. We have, it's quite difficult to, no, I'm sorry, it's not quite difficult, not at all. So these people have a marine influence dietary. In fact, we can see that on child burials, you have this type of mermaid sculptures we call sculpturebeelden, and the children and mother who were buried there, they have been fed with fish and marine food. In fact, more than the actual adult individual that were living in this community. And in the other area, a downstream area, we have flatlands, we have riverbanks, we have alluvion, and all these suitable geological things for agriculture. And in fact, some scholars are arguing that the first farmer communities may come from these people who were living in Ajmana. We have another one that I didn't put. And here is some of evidence of the dietary and what can be a daily life in these communities. So children who were buried in this area, in Ajmana, for example, we found caries only in children. So it can be linked with cereals input in supplement food dietary for children. We found new tools, bone spoon, and mortuary practices which is different from other places. Just for you also to see what can be an archaeological artifact that we can link with motherhoods and childcare. Baby bottle, we have figurine, rock art also can be with engravings, and this type of sculpture on child burial. I wanted to share with you this last experience that they have conducted on bone spoon. The hypothesis was we have marks on this bone spoon. These bone spoons are very small, so the marks are teeth marks. Moreover, deciduous teeth from children, from baby. So they have conducted experimental archaeology comparison. And in fact, yes, it was baby teeth marks. So they were using this for doing their teeth, because when you are a baby, you like bites. and also to feed. So we can imagine sort of gruel of cereals and animal milk. And we have this interpretation, this question that we can think about that came with the study of change of child feeding, of motherhood, maternal practices. When you stop breastfeed at an early age, when you stop breastfeed for mother, they can have more free time. When you want to wean a child, other individual can be involved in childcare. But also this fish supplementary food that we found in Lepenskivir, it can be also linked with symbolism and taboo in maternal diet. And at the end, also the view of a child in a community were different through this change, through this transition toward a sedentary life. So we know that women fertility increased, but we also know that baby mortality was very high. In fact, yes, the first time we had animal milk, maybe we weren't able to digest it. We saw caries a lot in children, a lot more of infant burials, and disease. We can, if you remember the baby bottle in ceramic, they can be dirty, the milk can be non-sterilized, so we can imagine many of diseases, deficiency in nutriments, so we can see also through bones that some children have a lack of some nutriments. This is one of the publications that we can see. And in conclusion, I just hope I convinced you that when we investigate socio-biological mechanism affecting a community in change, looking at maternal practices, childcare strategies is a very relevant part. And in our case, bioarchaeology studies have shown that community attitude towards motherhood and childhood may have influence as some aspect of the human evolution. And just for you, I brought 2 books because I really love them and I advise you to read them. Unfortunately, it's in French, I'm sorry. The first one is a Neolithic woman, gender in the first agricultural societies from Anne Augereau, an anthropologist, an archaeologist. And then from an ethnobotanist, it's a beautiful book who said, our world needs the ancestral knowledge in order to not disappear. It's a beautiful journey through ancestral cultures that are not connected with modern our modern world. And Wade Davis went there, meet these people, and he's sharing all of their knowledge that we have to keep it. And I thank you for your attention.
Everyone, first I want to thank Luis and Abela and all the people that made possible that we come to present this. And my name is Sandra Selene Lopez Valderas. I'm going to talk about the community-based practice in the female recovery of the prehistoric construction of adobe shelters in Mexico. It's good the presentation of Charlene makes a link with me because exactly we are now presenting some problems with climate change, and for affront these problems it's important to take in care the knowledge of our ancestors. So in trying to combat this problem of climate change, we are taking in care the adaptation strategies, and one of these strategies is the community-based adaptations. This is important because different processes in the modernity are coming, like the urbanization process or other anthropogenic activities like the land of use or the movement of the people to the big cities. So it starts to change the landscape. Also, it mixed with the percentage of development of certain countries, and all these mix provoke adverse environmental conditions. For example, in Mexico, the 17% damage in the land, in the houses, are about meteorological effects. And this provokes a human shelter crisis that affects most the vulnerable social groups, in this case, indigenous people and also women. For this, it's important to create new strategies like take in account the community knowledge, and in this case, I'm going to speak about the construction strategies in the dwellings. For this, I use two examples in Mexico, in the state of Puebla and Guerrero. Like we see, the climate change have different effects, like the rising of temperatures, the sea levels, and the decrease of precipitation, or increase of the same. These things make some effects, for example, the floods or the landslides that affect directly the dwelling of the people. In this case, we see that the floods is the one important factor that affects these two states of Mexico. And for this, I'm going to pass to the construction systems. That is an important part to construct and build a house. It includes the materials, the technique, the tools, and also all the equipment characterized for a kind of a building. And one of the most oldest of this kind of construction system is the use of soil. It can be like in tapial, that is the accumulation of the soil, or adobe. Adobe is a brick made of wood that is mixed with water and straw and can take the mold to make a brick. And it's important to know his use. For example, we have some techniques to prove it's good material. You can roll it, and if you have roll between 5 and 15 centimeters, it's good material. If breaks before the 5 centimeters, you have to add, it's not good material. And if it's longer, you have to add more sand to be. So it's not a very complicated process, but you have to know it, how to make it. And what we talk about adobe, because it's a material very 100% recyclable. It can be returned to the land after the use, and also have perfect characteristic for insulation. It retains the heat in the day, and after can spread into the house in the night. So also, his production is totally manual, don't need big machinery technology, and implies low energy consumption, also isolate the noise, and his form permit to make smooth shapes and do different buildings. But also have some disadvantage that they attract insects, for example, or that is fragile material, and that it's a low process to construct or to make that. For the production, you have to mix these ingredients, and after you have to fill in a container. You have to wait to the dry, like some days after you remove of this container, And again, you have to wait some time, like 2 days in a cover to don't take the sun and don't break. And after, it's recommended that you wait like 2 months for the complete dryness of the material and be more useful. And going to the examples, we have in the first place the state of Puebla. Is correspond to a population in the Sierra Norte de Puebla that contains, it's part of many indigenous communities like Nahuatl, Totonaca, Otomi, and Tepehua. And it's characterized because it's a poor and marginalized zone. The roads are difficult to access to this part, and also they don't have some programs with the government that they can help to build his house. They have some house that provide the government, but they are not have the characteristics of a house that indigenous normally use. It's for that two associations, QDEMAC and COPEBI, start a project to make building workshops. They teach and listen to the indigenous people the way that they need to construct his house. And with that, they do 3 strategic lines to work. The one is the production system of indigenous people, that is to take the knowledge of the Asian type of construction. Also, we have the spirituality and culture. The third is the development and management community. In this case, is the building of the houses. To build the houses, they do a prototype to make this house taking in care of lofts to maintain the corn that is important in the agriculture of these people. And also they make a portico to permit the community to talk, a space to talk. And after, we have the example of the state of Guerrero. They have a program that is called an habitat reconstruction program that is created after the tropical storm Ingrid that take this place and destroyed all of the houses. So almost the effect, the dwellings are from indigenous people. And in this case, they start making community construction, in this case a library, to make a model how to work with in their own houses. And also they make analysis of the geological analysis about the soil and the land to prevent the important effects that can make that the houses be destroyed. And they start to work in the kind of agriculture that they make that erodes and make that the soil be lost. So they start to change that. And also they make investigation about the form of use the adobe. And they improvement 2 things. One is the foundations to have a more stabilized adobe walls, and also the use of paint with lime in the interiors of the house to be more light, and in the external part, paint with soil that avoid that the insects be attract or nest near the house. This is a method that is very ancient. In America, we have a different chronology of the past, so it's very simple here. I only want to show that this technique is used very ancient times. One example is La Venta in Tabasco, another is in San Lorenzo, that they use these adobes to fill they fill a space and after construct the pyramid. It's the first use of this kind of material, but we have others, like they use already the adobes with a rectangular form to construct his houses. Is San Jose Mogote, Monte Alban, and San Andres Cholula, that are very important sites in Mexico. And for the last thing, I want to link this with the importance of the women in this construction. Because more of the approximately 2.5 millions of women, more than men, live in poverty. It means that 4 of 10 women are in poverty, and its range increase when we talk about indigenous women. In this case, 7 of 10 women. It's important because the social norms, the roles of gender, don't permit that many women have a training in the construction. Also, they are not taken in account to take decisions inside the community. So it's very difficult that they can participate in these programs. But we have some examples. For example, in New Mexico, there is a group of women that are rescue the oral tradition of how these shelters are made. So it's important to destack the role of the women because they participate active in the socialization of children. So they can transmit the use of these techniques. They can also be more in advance of the needs of the house because many times they pass more time inside this. So it's important to retake this knowledge. We have in both projects in Guerrero and Puebla, we have some started, but they make groups of women to speak about the community. And in the case in Puebla, they have already 3 technicals in construction that teach to other people, 3 indigenous people, and one of them is a woman. So we are starting to do these efforts. So for conclusion, very quick, we have to say that the studies, anthropological and archaeological studies, can permit know better and transform the landscape. So we have to rescue this construction system of the prehistoric time. And it's important because we use local material. We benefit in an economic way, this population, but also we contribute to the adaptation to the climate change. So for last is that it's very important to incorporate the local knowledge, but also consider the factors of gender inequality in these communities. There is some bibliography, and thank you for your attention.
So first of all, thank you all to the 4 of us for your presentation. I have 2 questions, one for Virginia and one for Charlene. Virginia, you talked about all the methodology and you said at the end that they are used in combination. I wanted to know, when you're trying to reconstruct past environmental, are you using all of them, or is there one of them that is always used, and is there some that are more efficient than other? And then my question for Charlene is, you say that women and child investigation were not usual in prehistorical research. Do you have an explanation regarding that? Is that because the information were harder to found, or is that because it was not a huge concern before?
I start to answer and after. Okay. For the first question, normally they could be combined because it's more useful and you will have more complete resolution of the problem. Because I always used to say that the interdisciplinary approach is the better one because you will be able to understand very well the things. And normally there is no one that is always used, but no, because the historical records are used. What we know about the context are still historical records. So we use also this kind of information combined with the other analysis. And the example that I show, some of them use some methodology combined between them. So yeah, it's not always the same, but it's better to have, when you have the possibility to use more and not only one, yeah.
Thank you for your question, Camille. I'm going to answer in, we have 2 points. The first point is that sex determinism, when archaeologists and prehistorians are in front of a burial, sex determinism can be sometimes wrong, and you can apply the sex of male, and in fact it's a woman. So the increase of technology now, we can easily say so. First, it's the technology. The first in the past, in the ancient, before the 17th, when archaeology have rise for the first time. And then we have a problem for child and woman is for childhood, is that when we excavate, we can find remains that we are not able to say, okay, oh, this is a remains related to child, to children. So this is a problem, and in the project Birth, they have done some work to say we have to teach. It's a huge word, but I don't find another one. But we have to teach also what is an archaeological artifact related to child, related to motherhood, related to this type of archaeology, of discipline.
Thank you everyone for the presentations. They were quite informative. I only have one question. It's for Charlene. So I wanted to understand about the, I think you also spoke about feeding in your breastfeeding in your presentation. So I wanted to know, maybe it wasn't evident in prehistoric times or in the ancient times, like you saying that some children were dying and they were having diseases. Now, how do you know that maybe if there's a research which shown how the mothers who are living with HIV, if they did not breastfeed, and that was the only way for them to breastfeed their child through those utilities or utensils, was there a way that maybe they could have curbed, or maybe the disease wasn't more evident or detected scientifically during that time? Or the disease, the mother, that currently mother-child transmission of HIV, it's curbed by that mothers are not advised not to breastfeed their children, right? Unless they are given antibiotics or some sort. So I'm asking, maybe during that time, was the disease detected during that time? Was there a way that, because of they had to feed with the bottle or the dummy or something? So during that time, was the disease detected by then? Or were there ways that know that maybe the child didn't die of drinking from a dirty bottle, but they died from maybe there wasn't mitigation measures in place for the mother not to transmit a certain disease that they had to the baby?
A good question. I don't think they might say to link breastfeeding mortality of the child. I think, first of all, mortality was very high. So seeing a dead baby was losing a baby was quite usual, because the mortality was very high. And then, I think first of all they would not know that the mother was sick, and then they would just continue until their next baby live. They will continue to have baby until the baby they have lives. But I don't think they think Because you're saying that, okay, I'm breastfeeding my baby, but he's dying. Okay, I'm going to stop breastfeeding my baby. I don't think they, maybe, but in my point of view, they don't think like this. Am I answering your question? Okay. I'm sorry.
A question for Sima, and maybe Luis has the answer also. You spoke very briefly about the transition between Stone Age planes and metal introduction. I have no idea about the importance of the workshops you've shown, but they seem to be huge and quite intensive. Meaning, and you mentioned that there was probably some trade of polished adzes outside. In your mind, would it have been possible for a long period for commercial competition between a high quality stone and a much more modern material, which is metal, but which is also more expensive at the beginning? Because this issue is present worldwide.
The question actually. Yes, there is a near to that site. There is a what is that? Sandur chest belt. There is a lot of iron ore is there. I think they are using that iron ores to produce metal. Yes, they were producing 1400 to 1300 BC. There was a huge mass production, separate production. That time they were doing the trade, and still intervention of other communities or from other region. They were still using this stone axe, polished stone axes.
Well, just on this is a very important question, and I wouldn't be able to answer either because I don't know the exact context. But one thing is clear: the chain of production of iron, the very expensive chain of production. Normally, in other contexts here, certainly in Europe, also in Africa, also in Southern America, whenever it started as a prestige. It started related to elites, often related to war, and social inequality. And stone remained. Stone remained because it was the normal tool people could use. Stone itself, in certain moments before, certain kinds of stone also went into the same process of, say, consolidation of a certain inequality and so on. And trade is very important. I wanted to make a brief comments on your patients. One thing I see, which is normal, because you are dealing, most of you, with the prehistoric context and one with the traditional context. When it comes to these 5 key words that I mentioned yesterday: resources, technology, logistics, society, and culture, the first 4 were, I think, in general present. So this is good. In your case, Sima, I think you mentioned different kinds. I'm not going to ask specifically for an answer now, but I would suggest that in the text, as you mentioned, there are different kinds of evidences, rock art and this and that. How do you establish the connections in evidence, particularly in the case of rock art? You mentioned cattle, but we have to be very careful on that. Okay, we have to be very careful because it is not. It is a bit the conversation that we were having outside the restaurant at lunch today. It's not because you have cattle in an archaeological layer and you have cattle in a rock art painting that the two are connected. They can relate to different things. I'm not saying they are not, but I think the text should go more in depth into that. Then I have here an observation on the case of well, no, in the case of Virginia, I think it's normal that the societal aspects were not so covered, but this was not to be expected with your theme. My observation, on the other hand, on the case of Sandra, is that I think you touched well the aspects of resources and so on, but not so much the cultural aspect. You had a sociological reading of the thing, but it would be interesting to understand if this also relates to traditions. You went into a very experimental thing about the techniques and so on. This is interesting. How does it work in comparison to neighboring communities and in terms of options of the process of production? Because in the end, this kind of construction is worldly known, but it is often done in specific ways. They don't change the essential technological aspects, but they may change the process of production in terms of elements of ritualization, for example. So, yeah, these would be my observations. Apart from that, I think that in general the PowerPoints were okay. One or other of you had sometimes a bit too much text. Avoid that. One of the PowerPoints, I can't remember already which, sometimes had white letters in a screen that is not completely black or dark, and we could read it, so it was not a disaster. However, it's tiring. I'm 62 years old, so it's tiring. You have to make but in any case, I don't think in general it was. So thank you very much. Congratulations. And now the coffee break in half an hour.
António. Este morreu. Ficamos com este. Este faleceu. 1, 2, 3. O som está bom? Não está muito alto. Um bocadinho mais baixo. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Está bom? Hugo, está bom? Ouve-se bem? 1, 2, 3, teste. Teste, teste, teste. 1, 2. Ouve-se bem? Um bocadinho mais alto? Um bocadinho mais alto. Está bom? Está bom? Ouve-se bem? Sim, sim, sim. Yeah? Ok. Feito. Obrigada.
So, sorry for this. I was restarting my computer and needed to have this open. So, can one of you please close, si vous pouvez fermer la porte là, s'il vous plaît. Oui. We start again, and now we will have Negazi talking about again rock arts in Central Tigray in Ethiopia.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Nagasi. I am the second year of the Masters in Prehistory here. So the topic is preliminary assessment on Tsagurom rock paintings in Central Tigray in Ethiopia or Northern Ethiopia. So here it's a very preliminary work. So what I'm going to do is I will show you first the regional perspective in terms of rock art, because it's very close to the Red Sea, and so on both sides of the Red Sea there is a similarity. So I will show you the general perspective, and also I will directly go to the rock art site. So when we see the Horn of Africa, there is a rock art painting, but the dominant paintings or the dominant depictions of the rock arts are domesticated animals. So this is the main thing, mainly cattle escorted or accompanied by humans, and it is also called pastoral rock art. So the various nature of the rock arts in this Horn of Africa, especially the Northern Horn, it has important commonalities in color, in theme, in style. So here it is. Tigray is in the northern Ethiopia, the Horn of Africa, which is very close to the Red Sea, and my site is also found in the central part of the Tigray itself. You can see the distribution in Ethiopia. We have rock artists in the country, in the north, in the south, in the central, south, and also in the east. Except in the west, there is rock art. There is rock art in all the directions, at least. It's different. There are paintings, and for example, in some areas we have bows, in some areas we have engravings only, and in some areas also we have paintings only. So when you see the research, it is still in its cultural, historical narrative approach of research, where travelers and historians were focusing on what is there, where is the site, and describing it and putting it in time framework, and also stylistic kind of description. So it is in this type of the level of research is in this approach. So there are classifications applied on the rock arts in the Northern Horn of Africa. So stylistically, they are called Ethio-Arabian style. Why is because you can't have classification or a naming by looking at a single region or a single site. So what Servicek did is general for the Ethiopian, for those in Ethiopia and for those in the Arab part of the Red Sea, they give a name Ethio-Arabian style, and what that Ethio-Arabian style means, we will see it. So this is the characteristic feature of this rock art, pastoral rock art, that is cattle with long horns or protracted horns and humpless body, in which you see the pairs of the limbs are combined. So this is typical unifying kind of feature for the rock artists, the Ethio-Arabian rock arts. So when I come to the Tsagurom rock paintings, which is my site, it is found hidden in one of the mountains, and it has 3 shelters, layered shelters, with each of them with paintings. So this is the rock shelter 1, bottom, and then 2, 3 consecutively. So each shelters are accessible from one from the other. You can go from shelter 1 to shelter 3. So you can access them. So when you see the geography, this site is found in one of the mountains. It's very mountainous area where we have also small valleys, where we have ancient civilizations of the first millennium BC found there. And the landscape is mountainous. And also when you see the geology, we have the unit, the oldest unit is metamorphic, and also the younger unit is volcanic rock. So the mountain areas are volcanic, while the metamorphic is found in the lower foundations. So what I did was I just photographed it because I was told. So I found the site. Someone recommended me because I was finding a site for research, and then I had rock art at hand, and when he sees the rock art book, he was wondered that if these rock arts are archaeologically important. So if this is important, you have it in our village. He said that, and then I went to the site. So what I did was I photographed it. I made some drawings and tracing, and finally also I have tried to integrate with archaeological literature. What is that? Because we have figurines, animals in the figurine. We have also animals mentioned in the inscriptions. So I have tried to integrate also somehow with the archaeological literatures we have. So we have superimpositions of every shelter. There are 3 layers at least I have tried to identify. These are black. You have red, brown, red, yellowish, and white layers. Of course, this color naming may be subjective, but I have tried to identify in this way. So the subjects, you see, this is the shelter 1, where we have the paintings, you can see. And the subjects, in total, we have these figures, animals, humans, and also other geometric images. And in terms of styles, this style could be categorized into like naturalistic, semi-naturalistic, and schematic. So you have this, for example, bullhead figure. So this bullhead figure is unique for that site, for that rock art site. But we have also in archaeological literatures in terms of figurines. So it's easy somehow to interpret this rock art with the archaeological. And this is also a man holding a stick in one hand, and on the other hand holding his waist. So there are also scenes, plowing scene, riding scene, hunting scenes. So in terms of the preservation condition, the site is in a very deteriorating condition because of the human factors that people who live around the area, the shepherds especially, they do the graffiti on the paintings, and there is also natural cause of deterioration. And you see the rock part is falling apart, the wall is falling apart, so it's very bad preservation condition. So at the end, what is needed or so what? So we need in the future detailed and appropriate documentation, and also some characterization of pigments and dating, because we don't have any kind of such scientific work in the area. So the problem so far we have with dating is it's obvious. We are trying to correlate with the archaeological findings and with styles, but we don't have any absolute dating. So what we are talking about, the rock art in the area, may be totally wrong because we don't have the chronometric or chronological accurate dating. And of course, protection and including in the tourist map, because we have the civilization remains of monuments, palace, which are potential for tourism, but these rock arts are not included. So considering it for protection and including in the tourist map will help the society to be aware and to be considered as heritage for tourism. So that's what I have. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for Apheleia for presenting this good rock art site and its occupations, and also to Professor Osterbeck for the guidance and helping me in the process of trying to construct and to try and fix my topic and so forth. So the site that I'm going to be presenting, it's the Okatlamba Drakensberg Rock Art Park site, which is in South Africa. However, I'll be looking at the case study of the San Bushman hunter-gatherer communities, as well as looking at the adaptive processes and techniques they used through rock art in their daily lives. This is just an overview of the landscape and of the rock art at the site. These pictures has been provided to me by Dr. Aaron Mazel, who's in Newcastle, in the UK. And just a small disclaimer before I continue with my research. Where I come from, there's a lot of identity issues and controversies about the usage of the word San, the usage of the word Bushman, and the usage of the word hunter-gatherers. So I would just like to say that the terms that will be used in this presentation has been, by other researchers, confirmed that these communities are safe or feel good or feel comfortable being addressed as San or hunter-gatherers or Bushmen. So the Eland Cave, so on here I have a map of South Africa locating Drakensberg, and the Eland is situated at the Cathedral Peak, which is the lower northern part of the Drakensberg. And because of the valuable paintings, Bushman paintings on this cave, it is not marked on the map for people to see, and it can also be accessed by guided tours because of over the 40 years of vandalism on the site. So I'd like to give a brief archaeological history or an overview of the Drakensberg and also of the Eland Cave. So the site chronology goes as follows. It is not known about when the Bushmen first settled or infiltrated the site because of the cold weather conditions that may have discouraged them to do so. However, it became their best option to escape the European reprisals and the Zulus. So when we talk about these communities, we talk about the history of displacement, the history that is filled with a lot of traumas. So they had a lot of fleeing to do. So wherever they settled, they had to adapt to different conditions in those areas. And then the site was first excavated in the 1930s, and the specific cave, which is the Eland Cave, it was found by one of the famous researchers by the name of Wells in the year 1933. And later on, many researchers decided to go into the space and try and excavate and look into the paintings that were there. So before 25,000 years ago, that's when they are assuming the chronology of the site. And after 3,000 years, the hunter-gatherers started emerging in the north, which is now the Eland Cave. And after 600 years, they were prominent and they were now showcasing and dwelling into those spaces. So as we all know that it's going to sound generic, but it's not. that sand rock art was more than just the communication of knowledge of many paintings, but they were also storehouses of supernatural potencies and shamanism and the traditional indigenous healers who harnessed their cosmological journeys. So these rocks were painted with images, was like a bridge or a suspended intervention between the world they were in and the spirit world. So this is according to one of the researchers, David Williams, who also did a paper on the interpretation of the rock art of the Sand people in Southern Africa. So the site is one of the most extensively and mostly painted, and mostly the animals that are depicted in the area are the eland, and there's only one painting of a moth. I don't know, do you know a moth, like it flies? A moth. So trying to find adaptation techniques of these people in the area was one of the very difficult things to do, because there is no more further researches on, people do not know as to when exactly these Bushmen hunter-gatherers made their planes. But also, researchers who have always been researching these places found that they also refer that the San developed their own cultures, and they express their lifestyles through rock art and doing art on these rocks. So it's known that also they made their homes in caves under rocky overhangings. So they were migratory people who do not domesticate animals or cultivate crops, because they grew naturally around them, it was believed, even though their knowledge of the flora and fauna was vast. So they had a very good spotting of knowing the type of vegetation that was growing in their landscapes. So from the ethnographic parts of their work has shown that they would use the animals as social and other kind of symbols. So it was also found that they also used to use animal skin to cover themselves and to serve as a protective way to protect themselves against cold weathers, and the famous eland, where they would use it, the fat from it, to moisturize their skins, it was also said. And they also had a lot of fire-making techniques and fire-making scenes, where they would create fire which is almost like generic, but it's not. And also the famous, what they are known for, it's the trance drawings and the depiction of their spirit guides, and which is normally in this case the eland way, which is where the cave gets its name from. I don't think I'll be able to go through all of this because I'm checking my time. And however, according to one of the lecturers at the University of Johannesburg, she also had accounted that the Bushmen also used to extract tree leaf sand from euphorbia as poison to apply to their bows to kill their prey, which is the animal, and that was also in excess, growing in excess in their landscape where they stayed. So it is also known that their main survival techniques depended on hunting and also what they had around them. That's how, and the wild plants that grew around them for their survival. Because the site dates to showing that vandalism happened around about 40 years ago, and most of these vandalisms happened by human interactions. It was rare that it was found that it was due to animals scratching or passing through the paintings, but it was because of human interactions, and it was because of one of the people that visited the cave wanted to like scrape off and illegally take some of the samples or some of the paintings from the side. So a few conclusions were reached when I was doing the specific PowerPoint or doing the write-up of the essay. It was concluded that the Sands descendants are spread across South Africa. And they are trying to survive elsewhere in South Africa, and they are no longer found in the KwaZulu-Natal region, in the Drakensberg. Most of them are not there anymore. And wherever they are currently, which is some of the pictures I've shown here, there's a house here where they're currently living, but it's not in the Drakensberg anymore. They can no longer be found. It's only there evidence of rock art paintings and rock art engravings, and what researchers are interpreting to what they have maybe tried doing. And they also had some sort of, like I've mentioned, that the San Bushmen, hunter-gatherers societies, they have a history filled with a lot of traumas and dislocations, colonialization, and they are still, some of them are still trying to survive in different landscapes, which is in the Kalahari, the Karoo, and other areas, and there are still a lot of land claims, and the road to transformation in these communities in South Africa is still a process. So that's all for now. Everything will be addressed in questions if you do have questions.
Hello everyone, good afternoon to one and all. My presentation is going to be on the Niti village. So Niti, it's a village, for those of you who didn't know. On the pamphlet of the seminar, it was just in Niti, so it's a village. And my topic is going to be the socio-cultural analysis of this village in the Trans-Himalayas, vis-a-vis with the adaptation and the transformation. So to give you a small context, I'll be starting with, first of all, the Indo-China War that happened in the 1962, and how it transformed the villagers who lived in that area. The second aspect, I'm going to talk about the religious festival, which is called Laspa Bari, and the other local practices that the community practice. And at the end, I'll be talking about the two risks. The first is the migration of the local people, and secondly, it will be the natural disasters. For talking about my presentation, I'm going to start with the introduction and then give my methodology, which is basically my personal experience in the field visit and the interaction with the villagers. And after that, I'll be talking about the three aspects, the social, cultural, and economical of the community. So, to give you a small brief about the village. So this village, it's located in the northmost of the Himalayas, and it's around 600 kilometers from the capital. And it's quite an off-road, so there is no public transport that reaches over there, so you have to have your own means. Generally, it's the local taxi or the cabs, okay, that you have to book. And it is situated at 13,000 feet, that means around 4,000 meters of the sea level, near the Indo-Tibet border. And if you want to reach at that place, you need to have a special permission, because as it is located near the border, so not everyone is allowed to reach over there, especially the foreigners. And one more aspect is the migration that I'll be talking about during the winters, because even the villagers, even the local community, they don't reside during the winters. They come down to the low altitude because of the harsh weather. And my presentation is all the information that I gained from my personal experience. I didn't find much data about this village, but there are some statistics that will be seen. Talking about the Niti village and the Indo-China War, it's quite interesting to know that before the Indo-China War in 1962, this village was one of the route for the Silk Route I'm sure you all are quite aware with this Silk Route definition. That was actually a trade route which linked the India with the India, Asia, and even the Persian countries. And before 1962, this trade used to happen not with the currencies or money, but it was a barter system. So when I interviewed the villagers, they told me that they used to go on their ponies and the donkeys, and they used to take the local products that they used to make, and it was a kind of a exchange. So they used to exchange their products with the Tibetan people. So I'm saying Tibetan because before 1962, it was pre-China occupation. Secondly, it's in the term of culture. So even before the war, as you all know that India is quite known for Buddhism because Buddhism, it initiated in India. So the Buddhism preaching was quite popular. So the villagers who were actually Buddhists, they used to go for the trade, and in a way it was also the preaching of their religion. But everything changed. So till 1962, these practices were there. But after 1962, India lost the war with China, and the border was completely sealed. And even till today, the Indo-China relation, it's not that good. Okay, talking about the ecology and the economy. So now, after the war, the people, the villagers, they don't have the medium now to gain their livelihood. So their livelihood, the economical livelihood, that depends on their transhumance and the pastoralism. So this is one of the main domain through which the people, they gain their livelihood. After that, it comes the agriculture. There are some seeds, some vegetables that the community grows, and it's not for sale, it's just for their own purpose, to live their livelihood during the summer. And then comes the woolen, because there are many ships over there, so they do make the wool crafts which serves for them during the harsh weather, and also when they climb down during the winters, they sell it in the nearby cities to gain some money. After then, this region is also a natural world heritage site. It's a biodiverse area where you can see different kinds of flora and fauna, and many medicinal plants and the aromatic plants could be found there. So the villagers, they use these plants to sell into the market to the different companies to earn better. And now this village is termed as one of the ghost village. Ghost village because you will be seeing, I will be showing you some videos why it is called ghost village. The aspect of this village is the migration. So nowadays people, for the different reasons, it could be the education, employment, or a better lifestyle, they are migrating, they are leaving their native village to move to the city areas. And one of the survey that I found, okay, it was this 2019 survey, where it showed that currently at present, the people who are living in the villages, they are mostly the elder people. So let's say if you have a look on this data, it shows that people above 44 to 45 years of age, they live over there. And the number of population, it's not quite big. In the village, the total number of population, it's less than 200 people. So this will, what I saw from my experience, that this will be the last generation that will be living in the village. So after, let's say 20, 30 years, if the young generation, they don't come back to their native place, the village will be completely disappeared. And of course, as I mentioned as well, the research data that said the agriculture is one of their main livelihood. One of the interesting fact that brings make this village alive is this festival that is called as Laspa Bari. It's a religious festival. And as I told you, there are only few people, the elder people who lives in the village, but youngsters and the young people, they come to this village because it's their roots. So they come to this village only for this particular festival, which happens once in a year. So this festival, it happens once in a year, and it brings the family together. So everyone in the community, they know each other because they are less in number. So it is, for me, it was quite funny to see everyone knowing each other. It's like 150 people and they know each other very well. Okay. And it's a part of, this festival is a part of their culture where they where they have the prayers, dance, songs, and the different traditions which could only be seen in this particular place. Talking about the other, the second risk, that is the natural. It's the harsh weather. In winters, no one lives over there because it rains quite heavily, and it is quite impossible for any means of transport to reach over there, and no food availability is over there. And when it rains heavily, there is a high risk of landslides and the rockfall because it's in the Trans-Himalayas. So it's the greater Himalayas, and the environment over there is quite risky. So now I'm going to show you a small video of 2 minutes where you will be seeing where is this village located, how one can reach over this village, and the festival and the tradition that is practiced by the community. Okay, so this was a small visit that I made you all. With my presentation, I would like to just conclude that all the villages that you saw over there, 80% of the villages, they don't live in that place. So you saw some of the people with the traditional costumes. So mainly the old people, they actually live over there. They earn their livelihood by small agriculture activities that they do. The rest of the villagers who are young, they have got their work in the nearby cities because they come from the low caste and they have been given the privilege that they can achieve a particular job in their life. And only they come once in a year only for this festival because it's a part of their tradition and their culture. So at a point, if, as we know that the culture, it's our identity, and it's the people who makes the culture. So if at a point, if there won't be people in the village, there won't be any culture, and if there will be no culture, there won't be the identity, and at a point of time, this identity and culture will get disappear. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your three presentation. It was very interesting. I have two questions. My first is for Shanti. I was wondering, you talked about the vandalism that was made on the site that you saw. Did the authority, the public or political authority that have to protect the site, thinking about installing a preservation policy to preserve this cultural heritage? And then for Shubham, when you met those people, I was wondering if they talked to you about this fear of the fact that everyone could leave the village in 20, 30 years. Is it a very big concern for them? Like, are they really afraid that their village disappear? Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much for the presentations. Mine concerns South Africa. The fact that the San people continue to live, but not in the same places and in a different context, provides a fascinating opportunity to compare the current material culture with what's been found in the Drakensberg. Now, of course, the environment is very different in the Eastern Cape and the Kalahari Desert. There may not be the same opportunities for rock art. And in addition, of course, the historical and cultural context has changed because so many things have happened since through both the transformation of the population of the region from the time of arrival of the Zulu migration, and of course through the colonial process. Is there any basis for making comparisons? Are there contemporary or recent things to look at that shed light on the nature of the rock art, the ways, the symbolic relations to it, and so on? You made some comments, for instance, about hunting techniques between what can be observed in communities today and what can be inferred from the rock art. But how about the rock art itself, or other forms of art that might be different for technological reasons, but have some of the same symbolic, social, spiritual features and so on? I'm just curious.
Hi. It's for Chubam. You said that this zone during the winter is a no-man's zone, but I was wondering, like, if even the older people that live still there have to move every year, like, isn't this like a big economical impact for them? Like, they have to have two households. Where do they live during this time? Like, at the end, it's a problem, I find. How do they do to cope with this?
Thank you. Thank you for three of your presentation. Shanti, I was wondering, you said there is a place with rock art, but no Bushmen are still living. No community of Bushmen are still living in this area. And so I was wondering, when is it already happening, but when researchers are doing survey to find rock art, can we also involve the Bushmen who are in another place, involve with them in a survey for rock art in this area?
The first question was from Kemi about the conservation issues around that. The site has been listed in the Maluti Drakensberg UNESCO World Heritage Site. So there's been attempts to try and conserve. And also I've noted there that it's part of the Cathedral View community of conservation. So they'll be trying, like I'm saying, the vandalism that happened was like 40 years ago. And no one actually there's no papers published on vandalism in depth. So the site technically, according to UNESCO, it's protected, it's conserved, and because it's not listed on the map, so it is technically, according to UNESCO, protected. I think I hope I answered your question. Just another disclaimer, I've never been to the site, so merely what you've seen, it's desktop study. So yeah. The question to Professor John Crowley, right? He asked the question about, it was a long question. It encompasses it. So I can personally account for, there's a study that was done. In fact, for my mini dissertation for my honors project, I looked at the San people from different groupings, because remember there are different groupings. There's the Tun, there's the Kwe, and there's the Kams. So there's different groupings from different languages. So I tried doing a comparison study, trying to see how the environment and which was the Plantfontein area, which is in the Karoo, in the Northern Cape. So there is no, I don't think you can compare the San, given the historical backgrounds. You cannot compare because the ones that lived in the Drakensberg, they were dwellers there. They were there because they were farmers, and some of them, according to the Lloyd and Bleak collections, where they tried interviewing these children of these San descendants and how they came with the boat and how they were roped into war. So for me personally, I think you cannot do a comparison. And to contemporary, there are activities where they are trying, especially in the Namakwa area, in the Karoo still, where they're trying to reinvent and try and allow these people to reintegrate into societies, which are mostly the descendants of these San people that lived all around Southern Africa. And there's also programs that art galleries are doing with the kids, trying to, because of most of their history was also filled with storytelling through rock art or through paintings. So the storytellings would still continue. I know it's still continuing in Plantfontein, which is also one of the areas where the San people are evident, where they got a land post-1994, where they got land to live, because they were also from the tent. And one house that I showed was one of the houses from Plantfontein, where they are currently staying, which also makes it difficult for them to try and integrate with the poor environments they're living in, and trying to integrate with the landscape. And most of them, there was also researches done comparing the language, and that the language is distinct. So for me personally, I don't think they can make a comparison. If there's looking at the current state of those people that are still surviving, the surviving descendants of the ones that might have lived, and because of the identity issues, you cannot be trying to pinpoint as to the ones that stayed in Drakensberg are related to the ones that stayed in Namibia, or the ones that stayed in Plantfontein or Wildebeestskei or other areas that are there. So it's still you're giving me ideas to try and go into the field and try and research. Yeah. One question? No? I hope so.
So first I will answer to the Cami's question. Actually, it's I can explain you very well because the video that you saw, the old couple. So I was staying at their place, and it was only possible because the children didn't come. Okay. So when I interacted with them, they told me nowadays it's not possible because everyone is busy with their work. And other case was the harsh climate, because if they come, like it wasn't the drastic disaster that you saw, it wasn't mentioned in the forecast. So if they come, there are many challenges they have to face with their family. So that's why nowadays people, they avoid to come over there just for one day, because it's a one-day festival. Okay. So that's why what I have interacted with them, that it will be quite difficult after 30, 40 years, okay, for the generations to come back at those places, because as I told you, there's no employment, there is no health facilities, and there are no higher education. So it won't be any kind of advantage or benefit for them. Did I answer your question, Ken? I think every like any community will be afraid to know that his or her culture will be is going to disappear, not let's say in 500, 600 years, but in the coming 30 to 40 years. So I guess, I'm not sure, I didn't ask this question, but I'm pretty sure that any community will be afraid. Okay. The second question was Diana. Yes, Diana, you told me that during the winters they come downhill, and how can they make their economical condition better, right? Okay. Yeah. So actually, the old people, they live in this village, but as their kids, they live in the nearby city or town. So actually, it's their kids and the children, or be it their relatives, they go at their relatives' place from the October end till the March, because that's the period when it has heavy rainfall. So it's at their children's or their relative place. They are there, and they take all the handicraft, all the woolen crafts along with them, to sell it over there in the nearby cities, because the cities people, they like these kind of handcrafts made by the local community, generally the wool crafts. Thank you.
I have a question for Nagasi. You mentioned in your presentation that there was this whole set of work that is needed in the shelters that you presented, the datation and full documentation, and you mentioned to put it also in tourism map. How is the policy right now in Ethiopia regarding preparing such archaeological sites, or especially rock art sites, for tourism presentation? Do you know any cases of good examples? How is that?
Okay, thank you for your question. So we already have very famous sites for tourist visit, which is very near to the rock art. Even the temple we have, the earliest temple, which is 2,700 years old, is very near to the rock art. There are also other sites, 3,000, 2,500 years old. But this rock art, even it's discovered, since its discovery, it's 5-6 years. They never consider for the visit. It's 500 meters away from the main road. It's very near, but they don't consider for visit. And we have also other rock artists, so they are not included in the tourist map. So what's the problem is, we have the idea somehow to make archaeological sites into tourism, but it's not comprehensive. It's on the 4 or 5 main sites, even in the archaeological site. And the rock art is very far from the archaeological, even from the academic community, I can say, from the Bureau of Culture and Tourism, it's very, very far. So would be nice, but still it's very far from the mind of the officials and the structure of the government.
Okay, just to make a few comments. In the case of Negazi, I think you have a very important archive of materials with you. I think in methodological terms you did what could be done so far. I would like you in the text, in the written text, to further relate the rock art with what is known about the pastoral societies, the relevance also in symbolic terms. Also there is in the region a lot of oral literature that relates to cattle and so on. So you could perhaps embed a little bit of this in your written essay in the end. And as for the chronology, it's similar to what is known in other parts. It could be good, but I imagine you don't have any examples to date in this moment. You don't have samples of pigments, particularly of the black ones. There's nothing to be dated. Okay. Then on Shanti, my observation was slightly in the line of what John already said, but it's slightly different. I liked very much your presentation. I think we have the diachronic dimension sometimes is taken, I'm not saying you did that, but sometimes it's taken in terms of biomes and in terms of continuity, like if these traditional communities did not have the right of cultural transformation. What I mean is, sometimes I read things about the Aborigines or the San, saying, okay, they are there and they are basically the same for the last 20 years, 20,000 years, or even more. To a certain extent, yes, but of course they had their own cultural transformation. And even if from a technological perspective and a demographic perspective, they might in some cases be relatively similar, there is a tremendous difference in terms of their environment, which is the other humans. Beyond all the other environmental issues, the massive presence, you actually mentioned the Zulus and so on, but I think in your text, if you can exploit a little bit more, this could be interesting. And finally to Shubhan, my question is this. There was already the question in an inverted way. Are they happy with their life? Because the question is, maybe they are, because people can get happy in any place, but they are getting old, having to move all the time. They're away from their children, and if there is a war, they will be the first ones to go. So, are they worried? I'm asking this because a few years ago, there was an interesting essay by a colleague from the Philippines, one of your colleagues, I don't remember her name in this moment. Well, anyway, she studied a community where only 11 people, when she went to study this, there were 11 people speaking a language in the Philippines. So it was one of the people that came through you, probably, Francois. I will get the name. I'm a bit tired now, so I don't get the name. Anyway, but she did a very interesting presentation, and then the whole effort was, let's try to keep this language, right? There were 11, and so in the end, she presented the methods, and then in the end I said, and so what is the result? And she said, after 2 years of the project, there were 9 because 2 passed away, and they didn't teach their language to their children because their children to improve in life and have a better life. So they were teaching, in the end, if you wish, another culture, so that the children would not have the same hard life they had. And we have to be very careful. I'm not saying again that you did that, but yeah, okay, they are there. Maybe they don't see it as a problem. Maybe they even don't. Maybe they even go back to the mountain part of the year not to be a burden on their children. And in the end, so it's a question: are they happy or not?
To answer to your question, I would give with my experience, because I was living with them. I was supposed to live only 1 day because of the harsh climate. I was supposed to live with them for 5 days because all the roads were blocked and everything happened. So, and what I observed within those 5 days, that they are really very happy with their life. Once you go out in the street in the early morning for having a walk, everyone is asking you, did you have breakfast? Did you have lunch? And the person they don't know you. So that's kind of happiness they are living in. Okay, and that kind of happiness you also find at that very place. So they are very much happy with their life. But the question is, like when we talk about the heritage is linked with the culture. Okay, and at some point of life, as Cami asked, like after 30, 40 years, do they have this fear that it will be disappeared or not? I don't know if they will be happy or not, but the thing is that particular culture which is practiced, like as you said, for a language that is spoken by 11 people, at a point of time it is going to be extinct. And then it won't be like, let's say, it won't be present anymore. So it's all about the culture. Actually, my presentation was. Yes, of course, they are very, very happy. According to my point of view, I think they are the most happiest people living in this world. So, yeah. And if you notice, the old lady, she was dancing on the ice, on the snow, naked foot. Okay, so she was barefoot. And I didn't notice, but when I was seeing the video, when I was sharing with my friends, and when they noticed, and I'm like, yes, I didn't notice this. So, yeah, I think that says the happiness. Thank you.
So now we will have Patrick de Georges. Patrick has already been in Masson before. He's a colleague that I appreciate a lot and brings in, again, reflections related to some of the talks we had before on complexity. He will be talking about arts of transformative experiences. Patrick is leading a project that we are also applying for support of the European Commission, but maybe you will talk about it, so I won't go into that. And he has, basically I would say, if I may say this in a very informal way, I think he works on bridging this level of complexity into translating it into pragmatic experiences and pragmatic transformative experiences. So, Patrick.
Yeah, it's working. So, thank you for staying here for this last talk of the day. I have 45 slides. I'm just going to say this, and so I could talk long, but my purpose is not to bore you. But I would like to walk you through the process of reflection, and that's why I did not reduce the presentation. I left it there, and I will not go into every aspect of it. So don't be surprised if I just take a few things out as I go on. Basically, this kind of work I'm doing now, and I'm going to give you a feedback, is linked to a research, I would say, that has been ongoing for last 5 or 6 years around working with alternative groups and communities and transdisciplinary research collectives, and trying to find out how they are letting emerge and design processes to help us be affected by what we know and therefore transformed. Because the big difficulty that we are facing today, you had yesterday the last IPCC report. We have all the information for the last 50 years at least to know that we need to change collectively our way of living, and we seem to be still totally collectively, structurally, politically unable to do it. We have knowledge, but we're not affected by the knowledge that we have. This knowledge is not transformative. So what use is the knowledge if it doesn't change you? So that was what I was working on. And so the arts of transformative experience are based on fieldwork. So I'm going to give you an idea of the kind of fields I've been working on. I will come back on 2 or 3 specific case studies in the presentation. The first one, and I'll come back on this one at the end of the presentation. This is a territory I've been with it's in the Allier area. It's La Ferme de la Motte, dans l'Allier. It's very easy to find on internet, so you just write. And if you can go on internet, if you have a look to a site named Écologie Pirate, here, ecologiepirate.org, you will have a presentation of all the kind of experiments that we have been doing there for the last 7 years, I think. And and we had a transdisciplinary group of research that started to work with the local people, and the purpose was to explore ways to renew the modalities of territorial inquiry. And this began around 2013 or 14 or something. 2015. And this territory is very singular. I will not describe it too long, but it has an ambition. It wants to go beyond property, profit, and oil. And therefore trying to create conditions of experience where we could, in fact, see what it means to live if we are beyond that. And if we create places where we can experience what it means, then in our societies, then we know it's possible and induce change. So that's a very interesting place. I'll come back on it later. And as I said, I didn't say at the beginning that this presentation I made with lots of people. So it's not like my only work, of course. It's a collective work. And I've been designing the presentation, this one that you're seeing here, with Benoît Verja, who's been working with me for the last 2 years. And so some are his field work too. And with him, we've been working, that's more his field work. But what is interesting on the Benoît side, it's like Benoît was in immersion in many activist groups. He was in the Sainte-Soline mega basin confrontations that we had in Les Deux-Sèvres a few days ago. And in these groups, you have, because these groups are avant-garde. No, they are avant-garde of a war of water in Europe. And so they are designing modalities of implication, engagement, resistance, confrontation with state and economic interests, composition with local people, and so on. And so there's lots of knowledge here on how to change our society that you find in the activist immersion group when you work with them. But I won't talk about that today. I don't have very much time. Another experience I won't talk really about today is an experience that we had in 2018 in France, which was where Kogi Shaman, came to France in order to work with a group about 30 scientists that came from very diverse horizons on the field to find out how, in fact, they could compare and learn from the confrontation of the way of understanding and reading the territory. The mamas enjoyed it so much that they want to come back again this year. So they'll be back in October, and we'll have another circuit maybe going around France. And as you can see here, see, we were working with anthropologists and artists, and the artists here represent the scenery, the landscape. That's how the mama see it, and that's how it is. And when you can't see properly, but I don't have very much time to go in all cases. But the mama read the landscape here, and they gave meaning and new names to the different mountains in the area, in the Drôme where we were working. And they started to understand them through their age, and you see there are shells here representing the different individuality, the different entities. And so that was a very transformative experience for the scientists that we had in our group to see what was to see how in fact they could be affected by the mama's vision. And because in fact they were saying the same thing, but the mama was saying it in a way that, you see, it was not an abstract scientific knowledge. It was a knowledge which was coming in with emotion. And therefore it was transformative. And that's why what we're going to be working on in October this year also with them. And you see here is Alain Herrera, a great man, I would say, who did about 30 years ago a movie named Aluna that you can see you can watch in the internet if you wish. And I'm just saying it because you see here Kogis. When Kogis came back, I would say, to start sharing information with us about 30 years ago when they met with Alan. And Alan was a BBC producer and a researcher too. And when Alan explained to them that what cinema was all about, they said, oh, okay. Transform you, we're going to use cinema to transform you. And they tried to make a movie with Alan, they did, and they did many movies, because they wanted to engage us into transformative processes. So working with Kogi is interesting, because with these people, we are trying to design transcultural transformative processes. But I won't be talking too much about that today. These are other places where you have the floating university, but I don't have time. If I do this, it'll take too long. This is too long too. This is too long too. This is another place in Paris, in Saint-Denis. It's Zone Sensible. Zone Sensible is a place which was taken out of speculation. You know, in 2024 we have the Olympic Games in France, and so all the area of La Plaine des Vertus, which used to be the productive area feeding Paris in the end of the 19th century and until mid-20th century, is now a place for speculation and development. But there was there was a farm there on 1 hectare of salads, a monoculture of salad, the last remnant of the productions of food production in this area. And an artist and a group of people took it and tried to make there a center of production of art and culture. And we designed a project there to try and find out how doing this at that place can have a transformative effect on society at different level and different scales. So we we designed a lab, or the fiction of a lab, which we called Ash Lab, to measure the added values of subtractions. And so we're working there with new techniques of accounting, of ecosystemic accounting, and so on and so on. We're working with artists to find out processes of evaluation of the impact of a site through practices that they would propose to the people who visit it and the neighbors and so on. So that's another place. And we did an exhibition there on artistic transformative practices that you can see here. And we are going to be, and this site is going to be, that's why I talk about it, is going to be partner, if it works out, of a Europe Creative project that we have been proposing to do with Machao, and also with this French site, and with another site in Spain, in Campo Adentro is the name, around transformative artistic practices. And that's the last case study I would mention. I will come back to it when in the presentation. It's a place where a project had been ongoing for 3 years around the return of a wolf in the Limousin area, in the center of France, dans la Creuse. And in this area, Wolves are coming back, as they had been exterminated for the last more than 100 years, and or 100 years. As the wolves are coming back, people, in fact, have lost the culture of living with wolves. Even if we have a French national wolf plan, it does help people to find maybe technical coexistence, means of technical coexistence with wolves to prevent wolves attacking sheep, but it does not bring up a culture of cohabitation. So what kind of practices could we find out to bring up a culture of cohabitation? And how can the wolf become, through these practices, an element of transformation of our society? How can cohabitation with wolf transform our societies? This is what has been studied in this place, and I will come back on that a bit later on in the presentation. And all these field works, all these experiments I'm talking about, I'm not going to go through all this because it will take too long, but I'll make it quick. All these experiments that I'm talking about, they share many things, but they share one thing that I would like to underline, is to make things to be like in a pedagogical way. It's the fact that they understand, in different ways, that the conditions of human experience have been profoundly changed by the context of the Anthropocene. I don't know if you understand the word Anthropocene, but I do believe you do. I know there are some people who say that the word Anthropocene is not the right word to use. But on the other side, if you understand that, what is the Anthropocene about? Very simply, the Anthropocene is, I'm going to say it just from this angle. In the Anthropocene, our societies understand that they form a system with the earth, and that the decisions that we take within our societies, within our human groups, are not independent of the consequences that they have on the larger system that compose them and that they are part of at the scale of the biosphere. It seems to be a very evident thing when I say it that way, but on the other side, this changes everything. Because we put in place in the 18th century conditions of knowledge and society building which are based on the idea that we are not part of the earth in the same way that all other ecological communities are. And that's how we distinguish nature, culture, and so on. And we still live by these categories, though we know in our society our ministries are organized, our administrations, our department of research are still organized around categories that we know are totally out of date, obsolete. And so we have not yet integrated the implication of this change of the conditions of experience in our practices, in our lives, in our way of working. So how do we do that? We still have to work on it. Conceiving it is not enough. How does this is changing the way, how do we engage in the transformative consequences of this understanding? And so these groups, you see I'm not going through everything, but these groups are experimenting in that direction. And I'm going to focus, and if you want to know more about how the Anthropocene changed the conditions of experience, I will advise that you have a look at Bruno Latour's catalogue of the Reset Modernity conference. It was a beautiful conference in Karlsruhe, and Bruno Latour set it up like an exercise in like a spiritual exercise. Les exercices spirituels de Loyola was the inspiration. And so you go into the exhibit, and you go through stages where you do exercise on yourself so that you are affected and understand what it means to live now in the Anthropocene. And so he gives you like 9 stages or 9 exercises to do, and this will help you understand what it means that the Anthropocene changes the condition of experience. But I'm going to focus on one thing. I'm going to focus on the fact that today, one of the most fundamental aspects of the change that in our experience that we are facing is that of course there is no more nature. But what does this mean? It's not suddenly the idea that every system in the earth has been affected by human activity. That would be the minimum understanding, but it's not very interesting. What is interesting is to understand that what we called nature was the regularity, was a space of variability. And today, the phenomenon that we are confronted with are going outside they are fluctuating outside of these conditions of variability. Therefore, clearly, literally speaking, nature has lost its regularity. Nature is not there anymore. We are now confronted with radical uncertainty. You see, and it's very simple to understand. Last 2 years, it was a year and a half ago, I think. We had like 50 degrees Celsius in British Columbia. Nobody expected that this would happen now. It could have happened maybe in 20 years. It was forecast to happen, but no, it's happening now. It's happening yesterday. In the situation of radical efficiency, you cannot, radical uncertainty, you cannot go on thinking in terms of performance. You can't go on thinking in terms of efficiency. Because if you think in terms of performance and efficiency, it means that you are expecting that the world will go on behaving as it behaves now, and therefore the conditions won't change, and that you have control on these conditions. But what we are losing now today is the control on these conditions. We understand we do not have, maybe we never had the control on these conditions, in fact. But now it's becoming explicit. It's becoming disturbingly manifest. And so it means that if we renounce to performance, but then we have to have a new paradigm to build our organizations, and the paradigm, in order to be able to withstand fluctuations, would be a paradigm that would be much more focused on robustness. What do I mean by that? The other angle, I'm going to treat it, I'm going to show it in a minute to you. Why is it so important for us to understand, to go from to the logic of performance to the logic of robustness? This is something that we have been developing with Olivier Hamon in the Institut Michel Serres in Lyon. We try to propose an approach to help organizations go from performance to robustness. But on the point of view of research and science, the way to understand how this is going to produce a difference is to understand that, in fact, today we can't work with the same matrix or the same methodology towards what we call upscaling of knowledge. This is another reading that you might like or enjoy to read. It's often quoted by Anat Singh. And the idea here is that our whole logic of modernity, I'm making things as short as possible there to get to the points I want to get you. I'm going a bit too fast, I think. But the conditions here of modern science, techno-scientific knowledge is linked to the fact that we are able to take out elements in one singular situation, and with the right tools and theory, and with a lot of energy, be able to abstract processes that we can replicate and upscale. This basically is why we are now in a chemical disaster at the level of the planet, because we have been putting into place this everywhere. I'm thinking of Haber-Bosch. So what we do here is, like, we in fact, our logic of transformation of the world is a way to take out anything or to banish anything that could in fact constitute real possibilities of evolution and transformation. I'll show you what I mean here. You see, we try to do this, we draw this very quickly to try and show the way, like, I would say, upscaling approach proceed. If you consider here the field of experience, and if you here consider that you have the knowing subject, in the representation of a very classical 18th century approach, here, in fact, what we do is we try and take out in the experience what can be scalable, meaning what can be used in different contexts for modelization, for performance, for efficiency. So the condition of efficiency is a certain way of understanding knowledge, and therefore a certain relationship to experience. But this cannot hold, because experience has changed, and the way we extract knowledge, therefore, is à côté de la plaque, more and more. And so here we find ourselves with logic where we are trying to assign cause in order to control the future and do some forecast, but this is only based on our capacity to reduce our exposition to experience and to I would say, the variety and diversity of experience. What we would need to do, the strategies that we would need to engage, would be to, in fact, as I was talking about robustness, would be to, in fact, in the logic of a thickening of the experience. What do I mean by thickening of the experience, and why is it what can be a way out to understand processes of transformations? I will give you an analogy. The analogy comes from a friend, from Olivier Hamon, whom I'm working with in Institut Michel Serres. He wrote a very interesting paper that you could read. I think it's Plants Show Us the Light. And it's based on a paper that came out like a few years ago, like in 2021, quite a recent paper. And you know that plants are green, so the green is everywhere around us. But what is it telling us? Why are plants green? So of course we can answer it very simply by trying to explain they're green because, you know. But the thing is, here, is the fact that if we understand that the greenness of a plant is linked to a strategy of robustness rather than a strategy of performance, then we understand that they are telling us something about how can we engage into processes of transformation. Plants only take the extreme spectre of light. And so by only taking the extreme spectre of light, they have a capacity to function, to go on producing, having photosynthetic processes going on in a very large variety of conditions. And depending on the lighting, the movement of the wind, it's their internal situation as they grow, the fact that they are affected by all sorts of movement, but they can still produce light. They can still have a photosynthetic process work. And when they do that, in fact, what the plants do, in fact, they are 1 or 2% in capacity of productivity, and our solar panel are 15 or 13%. But the plants with 1 or 2% can maintain themselves through any or most changes that they have been exposed to in the last billion years. So, understanding that in natural processes, the way that these processes, in order to evolve for evolution and change, engage into, in fact, robustness approaches, can be an inspiration for us around our experience, around our approach. So how can we bring this culturally into our field of action and cultural transformation? How can we learn culturally from plants? And that's just a proposition. I don't say that's the only way. But how do we do that? In fact, we can do that by what I propose to do is thickening the experience. And the pragmatists like James, the American pragmatists like James, have showed us the way, and there's lots of philosophical literature around that, but I'm not going to go into that detail. But this gives us a very different way of representing what experience is about. You see, when you are working on scalable knowledges, you are trying to get out knowledge to extract processes that you can replicate and reproduce. When you are engaging into a transformative experience, you are engaging into an experience where, through some forms of practices, some forms of capacity to make yourself available to what is happening, to the field that you're engaging in, not only yourself, humans, but also with all the other elements that you are progressively going to become more and more aware of, into a process where you're going to be affected. There are going to be effects on you. And these effects produce transformations. So the more you engage into a transformative approach, the more you engage into a thickening of experience, the more, in fact, you are, in fact, letting these effects happen and creating social cultural conditions for these effects to be nurtured, like you nurture things that are just gentle and beginning, and to make sense out of them, and to see how they can induce possibilities of evolution. That's what the arts of transformative experience, on my point of view, seem to be. And that's what the different collectives have been working in field that I presented earlier, case studies. That's what I think they're doing. So give me a second. So, let's go forward. So, of course, if you go from the classical practice of scalability, and this is not a criticism of science, please, do not take me wrong. I'm not saying science is no good. No, it's not the same purpose. The purpose of transformative practices is transformation. The purpose of science is not transformation. Yes, transformation of the world, transformation of nature, creating a world that is in correspondence with our needs, with our ambition. That's what science transforms the world. But it doesn't necessarily, its purpose is not necessarily to transform us. But today, we have in the last 50 years, since the Meadows report and so on, we are confronted to a situation where, in fact, science seems to be repetitively failing, not at transforming the world, but at transforming us. And this is what is being asked to scientific. And they don't know how to do that. Because this is not the purpose of the logic of scalability. The purpose of transformation is totally different. But if you engage into transformation, then you shift your intention. You shift your posture. I don't have time to go in details here. You shift your questions, the conditions through which you are going to define how to build the possibility of experience. And you're also really going to shift all the process of valuation. You will not be into a logic of reproducibility, you will be in logic of singularity, where repetition produces difference and induces change, rather than trying to neutralize the change by reproducing the same thing in order to obtain the same effects. Here, you will try to produce difference. Here, you're going to try to produce the same thing in different contexts, in different scales. So it's not at all the same way to evaluate. I have to go through everything, but I don't have time here. Okay, so I go forward. I'm going to show you a practice. This practice, to make you understand, because this was all very abstract, and I was very quick, so it's maybe a bit boring if I go that quick. But I'm going to show you something concrete. In the Montaigne Limousine, for the last 3 years, there was a project with these people trying to anticipate the return of a wolf. And there was a center of art named Quartier Rouge with only women, because they have sense of humor. And they decided to work with one artist named Boris Nordman. Boris Nordman is a very strange man. But Boris Nordman has created a new form of art named l'art prescriptif. And now he does not even recognize that he is an art prescriptive. He has created another form. We're getting together to a new definition of his activity. But Boris came there, and because he was with this contemporary center, he proposed to the people to engage into what he called dolphins in the countryside. Because he had a corporal fiction where he could induce a state where people getting into the process of a work of art would become a cachalot in 2 hours and a half. Comment se sentir cachalot en 2h30. And so that was the work of art. And when the people in the countryside experienced that, they said, oh, that's all very interesting, but we would be more interested to feel something different than a cachalot in the limousine area. We might be interesting to use your practice to understand better what's going to happen with the return of a wolf. Would you be able, and that was a command, an order that came from the local people, from a group of local people, which was very hybrid, very heterogeneous. There were farmers, there were inhabitants, cultural, maybe you see you have all these, I'm not going to read what's here, but this was very important. The demand emerged locally. There was a great number of diverse people interested into the process. And so this created the possibility to engage in some form of inquiry to find out how, with these people, in this situation, in order to anticipate the return of a wolf, we could imagine a new form of art that would be transformative. And so Boris started working on the new fiction corporelle, Loup. Now it exists today, its name is Loup Pastoral. And he's going to present it at the Commissariat à l'Énergie Atomique in a few days. And, but if we go back to the other, but this was the aim, that was the order. But this is not what I'm going to present you very quickly now. Something else happened. Something that was not planned. Something that just emerged because, in fact, by people talking, they started testing things with each other, and they're creating this form named l'Assemblée pastorale. So l'Assemblée pastorale is the form that was very unsurprising, in a very surprising way, that emerged in this context. So what is this form about? L'Assemblée pastorale is a practice where you take a group of people on a farm, and you begin with the farm and the farmer to make them understand the situation. So it's not very original, it's just putting people into a situation so that because they are neophytes, they are not necessarily people who are engaged into this issue or concerned immediately about this issue, they can start to understand how this issue can concern them. So this is a phase of concerning and creating a collective that's going to investigate the issue. So this is a farm, and the guy here, his name is Eric, and he is specialized in beef production. And he learned a lot of things through the process, but I don't have time to go in details. And then the second phase is the warm-up phase. The warm-up phase is a phase where you get people to, in fact, accept, consent to engage into the practice that we're going to engage. If they're going to put themselves, how would I say, in a disposition to be able to do that. It's a bit like when you need to warm up, when you do a dance, when you do sports. And this is like a form of sports. Sometimes we compare it to rugby or something like that. You understand why in a minute. But the thing is, in order to get into the process of experience, to start being affected by what is going to happen, we need to create a state of mind. So we take the time to create this state of mind. And then, that's how it happens. That's just a diagram of a practice. So, you situate, you understand, you ask questions on the farm. Then you warm up. You get into the conscious state that is ready, psychocorporeal, psychosomatic conditions that will put you ready to engage into the process. And then, you have, I'd say, 3 moments. First, you have I'm going to go back afterwards. A preparation. Preparation means, what is this game about? Why is it called Assemblée Pastorale? In fact, what we are going to do is going to reenact an interaction between wildlife, domestic animals, and wolves. So we're going to put people in a situation where they're going to experiment that to experiment what it means to be a cow, not any cow. It's always a singular animal. We worked on many details, so you have to be quick. But a cow, a deer, a boar, a dog, a wolf, a young wolf, a she-wolf. It's not the same thing. And so they are called into these different roles and prepared to enact them as collectives of species. And then the second phase is when you engage the interaction between the different group of species, so that there's an experimentation of the interaction. And there's, of course, some element de consigne that are given, so that there's a dramatization of a process. So we create the condition of a dramatization of the interaction with different phases and chapters that can make us live different times of the year, different moments, linked to the questions that we have asked before, so that we can search answer through the practice and so on. And then, at the end of each cycle, at the end of each interaction, then you have a moment of feedback that we have built into the whole process. People are trained to that, so that nobody talks. For the whole time of a practice, we are in what we call the silence de parole. Nobody talks. And so, but because or else, if you start talking, you are losing the modified attention that you need to be able to go on in the practice. But you can write. We found out that writing is not an issue. So people will teach them how to take notes on their inner state so that they are going to be able to prepare a collective integration of the experience by the end. And we do this 2 or 3 times, or 3 or 5 times. It can go on for 3 hours, basically. The whole practice is about 4 hours. And when it's finished, we work collectively to integrate this experience and see how it changed us, what it brought us to in relationship to the questions that we ask and so on. So, preparing, how to embody another species. People are already getting ready on their own foot, but you don't necessarily, when you embody, I want to say something. When you embody another species, if you're a wolf, you're not going to pretend to be a wolf. That's why we need to prepare people and teach them a little bit how to get into the state. It's like dance improv. You say like, you're a wolf, you're not going to walk on all fours and howl to the moon, and not necessarily this what we're asking. We're asking you to get in a wolf state. That's different. You are in a wolf state, and you're going to be moved by what it means to you to be into this wolf state. It's the same if you're in a cow state. And the farmer was very impressed by the quality of the cows that we produced on these games. They're like, my cows are exactly like that. But these cows give you feedback, the one that we have. So we had discussions, and he was very worried about some questions that emerged on the eroticism between cows, and if he cares about pleasure in cows and so on. First time he ever had conversation around these issues, around cows. It was very transformative for him. I don't have time, but I can answer anecdotes if you wish. And so here, this is if you want to become a roe deer, and there's other things if you want to become a wolf, a dog, and so on. Sometimes it's written, so to help people get in their states, we have different ways we experiment. And then you get into movement, the interspecific relationship, and with some elements. For example, you say to people, oh, look, the pups are going to, if you're the wolves family, the pups are going to be born, and so you have your she-wolf, she still have the pups, and you're waiting. But the pups are going to be born, and when the pups are born, you need to feed them. So you create, in fact, conditions where getting into your wolf state is also getting into the wolf life. So we have things to do. And so that's the movement, the interaction is based on these consignas that orient, in fact, the practice. And then you have a moment where we do what we call the personal feedbacks. What I said, we use a sound that everybody comes back and they write the different elements that they have experienced during during that's me here, and during the chapter of experience that I'm describing. And this approach is based on something which is can be broken down in different moments to help people in the introspective process. And then we have moments of integration, which is at the end of all the chapters, where people start work on what they have taken as notes for each other, but they have the same, as you see, grid for introspection, and they start sharing by by listening to each other, what we call it co-écoute active, meaning that you listen to someone for 15 minutes, but you don't talk. The only thing that you ask, you don't comment, but you might want things to be made clearer, and you ask these kinds of questions, but there's no comment. That's also is a training to train people how to get into these processes. And that can be used in many different domains than just wolf predation. You can see this is just a funny way to show you what I'm telling you. And so when people listen to each other, and for 15 minutes someone listens to you, people are already in the process of change. Never happens. Usually in our life, nobody listens to us for 15 minutes without saying anything in that way, and then someone else talks to us in 15 minutes, and this produces a lot of change in the way we integrate the information. And the way, suddenly, we create an experience from what we have lived. And so that's the process, in fact. You work on yourself, personal feedbacks, you work with someone else in order to have this listening and put into a story of the experience, of the first phase, and then we work together to make emerge a collective meaning of the experience. And so the collective meaning of the experience is something that, for example, you can ask people how the different questions, the new questions that have arisen from the practice that we have shared. And very new questions from what we had at the beginning usually come up. And that is so we're not looking for answers. Still a bit difficult, huh?
Dois, um.
Patrick. Normal models seek efficiency. Actual models seek efficiency or robustness. That lead to effectiveness.
Global South. Right. In case of vulnerable societies in the Global South like Bangladesh, so is it important to do or run the reproducibility or the replicability that you showed? Yeah, the replicability or reproducibility that you showed in your lecture, is it important to run this kind of method in the vulnerable societies? To the vulnerable societies.
James, a world of pure experience. Can you say very shortly something about this? Because I find it very, very interesting. I mean, what William James, you quoted the bibliography about a book in 1904, if I can remember, a world of pure experience.
Oh, no, it's not that. No one else? No, I had here some observations. Well, of course, what you presented is really very interesting, and but it cuts across actually a discussion when you talk about adaptation and transformation, particularly when we talk about transformation. One thing is the transformation of individuals or small groups. Another thing is a transformation of whole societies. And you are following a methodology that is certainly transformative for individuals. And this has an impact at a wider scale because individuals, through that process, will probably become less anxious, more open to different possibilities in the future, more relaxed in face of uncertainty, and so on. But nevertheless, it's still a process of individual transformation. When you move into a wider scale, of a global millions of people, unless you have a culture that values that, as some Asian cultures do, more societies that have more that have been trained to frame their reflections in a more result-oriented approach. This is one of my two questions. This is the first question. How do you think this can be done without scaling the project? The second question relates to the Anthropocene because when you throw me a bone, I always grab it. So it also relates to transformation. Fear does not trigger transformation. Fear blocks action. And the discourse of the Anthropocene, and I won't enter if it's scientifically accurate or not, but the discourse of the Anthropocene and of global warming as it is presented is a sort of millenarist approach. Either you do this or we are doomed, it's the end of the world. No, it's his discourse. I'm saying that this is what often happens when, no, not at all, Patrick, this is why I'm asking the question. There is this dominant approach which says we have only one, it's the opposite actually of what you say, because it's a discourse that says there is only one approach. And no, but anyway, we have, but you know, we do have this growing spread of the concept and of the approach. It's a dominant approach. When you talk about all the international policies around the issue of global warming and so on, they are driven by fear. They are convinced that they will trigger transformation through fear. Knowing this, or assuming that we agree that this is not a good trigger for transformation, wouldn't you see the discourse of the Anthropocene as a threat to what you are trying to do?
begin with.
quantification of effect.
That you just said one. I have doubts that on one hand I'm completely in favor of what you are. On the other hand, I do think it benefits the individuals who are engaged. Doing it in a tangible way, it's fundamental. In the end, the good news, in my view, is that a lot of people in the world are doing similar. And this goes, and so the effect of transformation, I think in history, in the history we are doing now, but in history in general, is actually not triggered by big plans, but it is triggered when there is a serendipity effect of various different things. Fear not being one of them. Well, being one of them in terms of reaction, but not one of them in terms of positive reaction. What can and should be powerful is precisely to network with different experiences and render them visible, because one of the problems in our society is that many people are striving to find the means to create transformation without understanding that transformation is not there. And it is not for us, a little bit like the Anthropocene, by the way, it's not for us to say that transformation occurs. It will be for the future to assess if during our time transformation at that level occurred, at the societal level. In that respect, I think combining the processes, bringing different experiences together, and so on. But again, and I will shut up afterward, this goes back. It's interesting because the word transformation, of course, is older. But there was a guy that popularized it, was Marx, because he was criticizing philosophers for analyzing, commenting, instead of transforming. That I more and more think that the role of academics is actually to analyze. It's our job. On having said that, as citizens and also as academics, we can engage in processes like yours. I think all of us. But we should be careful in keeping them parallel. It's in parallel roads. Je crois que il faut avoir beaucoup de précautions de mélanger la dimension scientifique, académique, et la dimension d'engagement sociétal. Cela dit, c'est aussi le but des universités de s'engager. Yeah, but I think in any case English or French. But anyway, I think it's also the role of the universities to be engaged in the secular reality, right? We're not priests. But we have to be very careful because the frontier is very thin. And when, I think Bridges is this. I think in Bridges there are the academics and there are many other people. And if the other people are not there, Bridges won't work. But if we dissolve ourselves in the rest, we will have no contribution to make because we will simply be one more doing what everyone else is doing, probably the others doing better than us. And so in this, I think this is walking on thin ice, but this is clearly what we have to do, is to walk on thin ice. And try to do our job, because the job of science is first of all to analyze, through tested and agreed methods which themselves can be revised, revisited recurrently, and, if possible, to predict. And, but not necessarily to engage. What I mean is, one thing is the engaged person who is a scientist. Another thing is the engaged society, the engaged science. Once you do engaged science, you start doing things like cutting the language of old books because they don't follow the current values and so on, and transforming Enid Blyton and Mark Twain. And all these discussions will occur growingly in our society for the benefit of everyone, that science, as science, stays out of it. Having said this, each one of us can take but this is my fear. It is a fear in the sense, what is our contribution? Or, to say in the other way, we'll be doing something else if we cease doing it. It's not that what we do is the only way of knowing. But there is a danger. There is a danger when people talk about transdisciplinarity, for example, and even interdisciplinary, to think that this is to get rid of the disciplines, not you. I'm saying this is the things we face, and so when I say it's thin ice, is that often we will tend to render this in a very political discourse. But in fact, when you listen to some politicians denying things like about the flat earth, it's not that different from some politically correct addresses to past documentation, for example, in literature. We have to be careful because the criticism, the relativism, in the discourse of relativism, for example, not necessarily in the minds of those who say it, but the way it then becomes popularized, becomes an anti-science discourse. And this anti-science discourse is dangerous, because science is not the ultimate way of knowing the world, but it's still certainly one very relevant one. And we face the danger of losing it. If we have doubts about it, go to Yucatan and visit the Maya communities. I always give this example. The Mayas or the only ones before us to understand that the year took 365 days plus a few hours, so they would add one day every 4 years. And you go there, they are back in the Neolithic. So knowledge can disappear very fast. And now with the digital world, even faster, because material remains. In many respects, we face much more of a serious danger than, for example, classical societies that collapsed, but copies of people remained in bits and pieces.